Hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Absolutely.
Nelson, how are you, man? You're still alive.
Man, I'm doing. I saw the title. I was like, okay, let's talk about it.
Bro, you gotta see the title on Sunday, man. I can't tell you who it is, but Sully says it's the biggest guest we've ever had. So
Wow.
that's and we've had. I disagree with him.
Friday.
I think
Friday.
Elon's our biggest guest, but that's what Sully says.
What time? What time on Sunday?
4
It's
4
Friday.
p. Oh,
Friday.
Friday. Sorry, 4 p.m. EST.
4 p.m.
Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. I'll be there.
Cool. KK, is that you on stage? There's no way it's you on stage. Yeah, it is. Sweet,
Hello.
bro. All right, bro. This is one of the more serious spaces. I wouldn't fuck shit up here.
Bye.
All right. Let me get the invites out. Even Sully's like, Mario, don't mess around in this space. Got to be serious. All right. Let me get the invites out. How was the AI space, by the way, Sully?
Really good, inspirational, so much knowledge
Please,
gained, so
can
much
you just talk
information.
like a human being, man? How was the space? On a serious note.
I'm telling you, it was really good. So much knowledge gained, so much information.
What did you guys
Relate.
discuss?
What's hard to understand? What's hard to understand about that,
What?
Mario? So we talked initially. There was a number of issues that were talked about. They talked about regulation. They talked about how AI can impact the various arts, and then they also talked about the church where the sermon was given and using
You weren't even
AI
listening,
as
were
well.
you? Come on. There's no way you're listening, bro.
I,
You're saying like the
I'll be
broadest
honest.
stuff anyone could imagine.
No, no, that's what it's about. Like, you want me to relate the whole space here?
No, man, just be serious. But like we talked about the regulation of AI and what AI could look like in the next few years. That's an explanation that we talked about what AI could mean to humanity.
We didn't talk about what AI can mean to humanity, so I wouldn't make some up that we didn't talk about. But those specific talking points that I referred to, that's what we talked about.
Right. If you say so. It's recorded, by the way. So when you make shit up, I could go check. Real Greg.
Please go check.
All right, sending out the invites. Good to have you all.
Then from as well.
Let's give this another minute or two. Let me send out all the invites. Let more people join. Then we'll kick stuff off. We should kick off. We should come up with an intro, by the way, man. Like some sort of intro at the beginning without me just unmuting my mic and inviting people. But music, I think.
Yeah.
Do you think music is good? Or I think we should start putting music. What do you think? I think so.
No, I think you're right. I think it's a good idea, but do an intro. Play an intro.
But like
you're gonna record one or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what do you think? Just putting cool music. I used to enjoy it before when I used to put it.
Yeah, an intro with some music, or get your team to make a more specific.
Yeah, of course. Like an intro for the show. Yeah, that would be a good idea. But
Yeah.
I like the fact that there's no intro and stuff. Just makes it more authentic. When you start putting intro, you're just becoming more.
Watching you type on a laptop isn't
When
That's kind of awkward. That is awkward.
Oh, okay. When you watch the Joe Rogan show, it's just the intro is just like monkey sound and that's it, no?
I don't know.
And then when with the Lex Friedman show, it's the same thing. It's like barely an intro, just him coming up. There's no music or anything. But All In Podcast has a nice.
Yeah, but because in the Lex Friedman show, if you put music on and then you had Friedman talking, you switch off on it.
All right. I've sent out all the invites. And if it's glitching, you're not getting it, do let us know. If you want to come up, DM us as well. But yes, as we kick off the space, it's a bit of an update for everyone. So we're doing more shows now. We're doing every morning. We do a finance show. We've been doing this for 2 months now. It's a very consistent show. It's a one of my favorite ones. So Danish does a really good job there. And then in the afternoon, right after, like about 10:15 a.m., we do a crypto show, a more kind of macro finance in crypto, more institutional. So that goes on for a couple of hours, so from 10 to 12. And then generally we get about an hour break and then, or a few hours break till the night show, or an hour break. And then we do either the AI or the DGen shows. So DGen is another crypto show and AI is AI. And then we get a few hours break too, for me to work.
Which is at which for obviously Mario doesn't know the time it seems, but that show is at 12. The AI show is at 12:30 Eastern, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the second crypto show is at 12:30 Eastern on Mondays.
Yeah, and then we have the news and politics and major event space every day at 6 p.m.
The hyper show of the day.
Yeah, so this one's every day at 6 p.m. We've been doing it 7 days a week for a while. We took a day off today. Sorry, not today. This week we took a day off. Why? It's just not much news, and we're just exhausted, weren't we, Sully? We had the 6-hour CPI space, and we're just dead.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought, yeah, we were tired, but also it wasn't like hype. Wednesday and Thursday was a bit dead news. Remember, even yesterday, you basically found the news quite late on, and you were like, "Oh, let's switch."
Yeah. All right, let's kick this off. So today's special guest, Marianne Williamson. Sully, I'll give you the honors to do the introduction. Why we have Marianne coming on today, who Marianne is. It's a bit of an intro for the audience, and what questions you're looking to ask her. Give us a bit of an idea. She's coming in 15, 17 minutes. Give us an idea of her policies, etc.
Yeah, sure. I mean, these are some of the areas that we all want to go into. So Marianne Williamson, she's third in the race in the Democratic for the Democratic nomination. According to some polling, she's at 5 to 11%. And remember, Kennedy, who has got he's got the name as well. He's got the name Kennedy, and he's also had a decent amount of media presence as well. And what I mean by media is alternative media, because he did say he's not been getting onto mainstream media as much. So Kennedy's polling at the like 19, 18, 14 to 19, depending on what the polls are. Marianne's been polling at 5 to 11%, depending on what polls you look at. So she is behind. She is in third place, but it's not significantly below. So let's see how this space goes in terms of maybe people getting better awareness of what she's all about, what her policies are all about. Now, in terms of a specific policy, obviously, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, I know one thing gonna like. So Marianne Williamson talks about. So I've prepared a few questions, listening to a few to her interviews, and one thing she talks about. Now I understand why Sully's very excited for this. So she talks about how the US is looking more of an oligarchy, and how it's controlled by oil companies, big pharma, and insurance companies, who quote unquote says they run this country. She also says she's not really running against Biden; she's running against the system, which immediately rebutted Suleiman's argument how the establishment controls every single bit of our life. So I think Sully and her are going to geek out about this. Also and Sam, I need you guys here to kind of balance Sully out, because you're going to go off when it comes to the establishment.
No, wait. I disagree with her. I've got a lot of issues that I disagree with her on. So let's be clear. That'll probably be one of the few issues I agree with.
No, but I think so. I think it's. I wanted to
probably is going to need a lot of support from all sorts and Sam.
No, so I mean, I think it's very important to highlight that she's generally kind of identified more on the left spectrum of the Democratic Party. She does have a lot of social aspects of her campaign. You can almost like. I'm not going to use the term Bernie Sanders, but I mean, she kind of has that aurora of kind of that camp, and she really.
Well, she didn't she in 2020 exactly. She endorsed Bernie, but she dropped out. She endorsed.
Yes,
Bernie
and that's
Sanders
what I was going to highlight. That she did run in 2020 for the Democratic primary when it was a crowded field, and there's a lot, and then that's the one that eventually Biden beat Bernie Sanders in. She did not make it towards the Iowa caucuses, which was back then the first caucus at a race. Her campaign ended before that, but this isn't her first rodeo with the Democratic Party, and I think that's important also to highlight.
I'm just going to give a quick shout out before you go, Sully. I'm just going to give a quick shout out to other spaces. I want to start doing that more often. So Nelson, who's next to us, make sure you follow him. He's been doing it for a long time. He will get annoying because he keeps saying, "Let's talk about it." It's okay. It's a condition. It's a condition he has every second sentence. Can you stop sucking up to people? Just 2 seconds. So shout out.
It's really good. Like I
Nelson.
don't know about what he says.
I don't know. You've probably never heard his space. He says it once. It's cool. I used to like it.
I just heard him say.
When he says it once, twice.
Let's talk about it, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. So he says it every single sentence, and he does his laugh, like the laugh that you do before killing someone. The murder laugh. So he does that right after. And then I want to give also Phenom does great spaces. So anyway, not everyone knows phenomenology. So Barry Razi does great spaces, very consistent as well.
At least pronounce it right, bro.
All right, bro. Phenom. We just call it Phenom. So definitely check her out. We should do more regular space shout outs, Sully. I think it'd be a good idea for us to do it here and there. It's a pretty small ecosystem.
I'll shout out Jaman Khaleesi space, one of the best space.
Absolutely, yeah. Khaleesi as well. I know she's a friend of yours, so she's a really good speaker. She's one of the few that scare me. So similar to my co-host Scott, she scares me, bro. She's a good speaker. But yeah, go ahead. So what do you disagree with when it comes to Marianne?
Well, there's a number of issues. I mean, I would just send a WhatsApp now, and she was like, it was a bit mad. She was like talking about how paganism was like so brilliant because of their connection to nature, and Christianity came and caused problems. So there was that issue, but I wasn't gonna bring that up. But
No,
since you
no,
put me
no,
on the
no,
spot,
no.
I'm
Like,
gonna bring it up.
why really? That's the. Can you talk about things that are more relevant that people care about?
Yeah, so yeah, of course. So she's got, in terms of climate change, she said Biden isn't doing enough on climate change. So it means she's got a very,
What's your?
very,
Hold on, I've never asked your
uh,
stance. What is your stance on climate change?
so we've got a climate change space coming up, guys, early next week, and you will find out my position when I smash
Just
the
can you
other
answer the
side.
question?
Oh God, I'm going to be on that space, Mario. Don't worry, we're not going to let Suleiman ruin
Can
it.
you answer your question, Sully? What's your
Oh
stance?
my God, Sam! If you're gonna be on it, it is gonna be ruined, bro.
Hey man, I had a Tesla before half the people in the world knew they existed, and I already know your position on climate change just because it's you.
You're right. That's my position.
So
do
what's
you
the?
support, actually, can I ask Suman, do you support, because I believe she does support universal basic income. This is kind of something similar to Andrew Yang. So Suman, do you agree with that?
Sorry, say that again.
The
Sorry, August?
universal basic income, like everybody gets a salary. It's very popular with Andrew Yang. She supports that. Is that something that you support?
I'd say no, and I'll explain why. Because I can't see how it'll function in a way. And I've asked this to Fidgetal, and I've asked this to people who follow who basically support UBI, and they're not able to explain, like, from an economic perspective and from a financial perspective, like how you would be able to implement something like that.
It's
So
because
if
you're
they can
asking the wrong
explain it,
people.
all right, yeah, tell us, Dan.
So, Suleiman,
explain
I'm surprised
explain
you
it to
don't
how-
like her. I'm surprised you don't like her because she looks at,
who?
from what I've seen,
No, I
she
didn't
looks
say I
at
don't
the,
like that. Daniel, go ahead, Joe.
she looks at the cause. So, like, why is there so much crime? Because there's a lot of poverty. Why is there so many, like, why are so many people on pills? Because we treat sickness, not health. Like, she looks at the actual root cause, which is what I like about her. And I'm surprised you don't like that, being an academic, right? Because it goes beyond just the surface layer.
No. So I think some of her points I don't agree with, but I'm don't dislike or like her. I'm gonna find out on this space when she goes into deep. That's what's the good thing about this space is, like, I've put questions together. You guys have. It's not like the other spaces where it was basically scripted. It's not like the other spaces where buddies came up and basically praised Elon Musk. And guys, you can ask her questions without praising me. It's no problem. I know you guys want to, but you don't have to. And in addition to that, you don't have to do any of that. It's unchecked. You can ask any questions you want, and we can ask and let her go into detail. And that's what I like about this space. That's what's going to happen in this space.
She's actually a very formidable
But does she?
debater.
But Sam,
because
Sam,
in 2019 when she debated, she got raving reviews, and they said she out debated everybody.
But does she,
the
guys?
DNC
But does she have a chance? She's polling at below 10%. Me and Sully were having a heated discussion beforehand. She seems like a really nice person. She seems like she's a good speaker as well. But the poll numbers just has there been any candidate with such low numbers that eventually became president? Now, you can't use Trump as an example. Trump's numbers were never that low, especially not that deep into the campaign.
It's a serious
Obama
uphill.
came from way behind.
Obama came from way behind. What numbers did he have?
I don't remember the numbers, but
He
I know
wasn't
he was
polling
way
at
behind.
10%, Joa.
Yeah, but he wasn't at 20% either.
Do you think that she's an actual candidate for the presidency, Joa?
I think the fact that her social media, she has more social media followers than any other candidate, not just on this platform. I think her messaging is a bit all over the place. She hasn't found her audience. If she does find her audience and decides who she's actually speaking to, she could be a formidable person. I think it's really up to Sarah. Do you identify with her? Like, I feel like she doesn't speak like an American. I think women won't like her, and that could be a problem too. That's why I'm saying her messaging needs to be a lot tighter. But she has the reach that's needed. She has the most followers out of everyone.
Yeah, but the followers,
followers,
they're not. Yeah, exactly. Like they're not. Why do you think they're not resulting? And I want to get Justin in here. So the team, if they can ping Justin to come in because this is his area of expertise. But having those followers, why isn't that showing in the polls?
Yeah, and also if you
Because
look
of
at
her
followers,
messaging, it's all over.
no, but also it's like I think you said this before, Mario. That followers is you have to look at the engagement, like how well are her posts doing. Like her
Yeah, I was
posts
about to
probably-
say the same, Slayman.
I've got like a fraction of her followers, and my posts probably do better.
Yeah, but a lot of yours are bots, Slayman. But if you look at Kennedy,
No, they're not,
he
Sam. What are you
gets
talking
Kennedy
about?
gets
Yo!
Kennedy gets. Anyway, let's move on. Kennedy gets like more engagement on Twitter. I don't really work outside Twitter, but the interesting thing is Biden's numbers are dropping in the Democratic polls, but Williamson's are kind of dropping too. But Kennedy's aren't rising, so kind of getting dilated. You know, but we've seen sort of Biden drop from sort of 70% just a few weeks ago down to kind of 54% today. Kennedy's kind of drifting around the mid sort of tens, like 15, 16, but Williamson sort of struggles to get, you know, between 5 and 8%. So, so to answer Marianne's question, I think she doesn't quite get the engagement on the socials. I think followers may not be from her political background, whereas I think if you think about followers of other political candidates, it's probably very much more related to directly to their politics rather than their sort of
and that's important because like Sam, you got like 20,000 followers and nobody even reads your post, and that's the whole point. You got to write.
Guys, can we get back to can we get back to the point? Look, I'm trying to learn something here, and then you go back to Sam and Sully. Can we go back to Marianne? So what you're saying, Sam, is so how are the poll numbers looking for Marianne and RFK versus Biden? Can you give us a quick overview again? And then
the latest. Okay, so the latest ones, which I mean, these are coming and changing very rapidly. So the latest from a couple of days ago, kind of 54% Biden, 14% Kennedy, 5% Williamson. A couple of weeks ago, it was like 72% Biden, 17% Kennedy, 7% Williamson. So that, you know, they're getting diluted slightly, but Biden seems to be falling. Kennedy seems to be relatively stable, and Williamson is as well, but fairly low numbers. Neither of them seem to be making much traction over Biden, but his numbers are falling sort of on their own.
Yeah, and she compared.
Well,
so when someone, I'll give you the mic, Dan.
Chat.
Yeah, I will now. Go ahead, Dan.
I also think it's important to understand that polling is directly impacted by mainstream media. And when the mainstream media isn't giving all the candidates the same amount of attention, it is harder for them to gain that headway, to get those people to know who they are and what they stand for, to get them to want to vote on polls.
It's very true, but also what's happening, as we're seeing here on Twitter and YouTube and things like that, is that this is shifting. This is shifting. We see that the people who are watching the mainstream media news now, and then we see like Tucker's program getting seen by vast numbers on Twitter, and we see other people on YouTube. So it is shifting, but I agree with you. I think a lot of voters aren't yet on the social media. I think a certain demographic are, but not everybody.
All right. Well, Marianne, it's a pleasure to have you. Sulaiman, I'll let you do the introductions. But Marianne is on stage with us.
Hi, how are you?
It's a pleasure to have you. Sulaiman, do you want to kick off the introductions?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, just a quick introduction. I'm not like Nick, who goes into long introductions, but yeah, appreciate the fact that Marianne has come on the space. She is on the Democratic ticket in terms of trying to go for the Democratic nomination. She is currently, according to the polls, is in 3rd position. And when you look at her, a lot of her policy decisions, and we're going to go into deep about those issues, she seems to be quite different in terms of her policy to the establishment positions, which are basically demonstrated by establishment candidates such as Biden. But Marianne, first of all, thanks for coming on. Let's go straight into that. I mean, you heard the panelists talking about your poll numbers and how they were a bit lower than the rest of them. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, actually, it wasn't accurate. The last one I saw today had me at 11%. I'm not sure that matters that much, but the one that was, someone on the space quoted 5%. Then a couple of hours later, I saw one, I can find it here on my Twitter, that said 11%. I think at this point, the most important thing is that none of it really matters this early. Even at 5%, I'm higher than Barack Obama was at this point in his first race, in 2008, and higher than Bernie Sanders was in 2016. So I certainly appreciate the 11% more than the 5%, but either way, It's early, and we'll see what happens. We have a lot of time to go here.
And Marianne, just a question: you compared to the numbers in the last election, it was 1%. What changed since? Because your numbers right now obviously are significantly better. What changed? What is your messaging any different? Is your strategy any different?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, there were many candidates last time. Secondly, nobody had heard of me. I also think this is a very different time. The country is in a different place than it was 4 years ago, although I'm not sure that specifically would have affected my poll numbers at such a time as this. But I'm not an unknown quantity anymore. I mean, last time it was like, who? And this time it was like, oh yeah, she ran last time. I know who she is, and it's a different situation this time. And there are only 3 of us.
So Marianne, I just one thing about this space is we want to really understand and know your positions on various issues, and so you will have panelists asking you questions. So I mean, my first question is this: the way I understand your position is you hold an anti-corporate stance, and you said, for example, quote, "Corporate tyranny will end." So in terms of your specific anti-corporate position, how does that marry with, for example, your psychology when it comes to the military industrial complex or the pharmaceutical industry?
Well, we have an $858 billion defense budget. And 60 Minutes recently did an expose about the enormous price gouging of the defense contractors are perpetrating against U.S. military. So our military budget is as determined by profit maximization for Raytheon and Northrop Grumman and Boeing as it is by genuine military necessity. Even the most conservative think tanks have said that they think we could cut 10% off of that and be just fine. I think we could probably cut 20%. But even more than that, we have to deal with the issue that if you have this price gouging, one of the first things that I would do as president is audit the Pentagon. We don't audit the Pentagon. So the military industrial complex is out of control. Obviously, I think we need a strong military. But the way I look at the military is like I'd look at a surgeon. So if you have to have surgery, of course, you would want the best surgeon. But a reasonable person tries to avoid surgery if at all possible. You know, the very term military industrial complex was coined by Dwight Eisenhower, who had been the Supreme Allied Commander in World War II. So it wasn't like he didn't understand the need, for a strong military. He understood military necessity, certainly, but he also recognized the corruption that comes about when war becomes such a big business.
So, Marianne, can I ask you a question on kind of that, and specifically, right, when we're looking at your foreign policy, right, because that's the tool of the U.S. military. So I went over your campaign website and I was going through all your policies, and there was very minimal reference to a foreign policy. The only thing I can really found that kind of touch upon any foreign policy ideas that you have is the establishment of a Department of Peace, right, a new cabinet position within the U.S. government. So I'd like if one, you can expand on the Department of Peace, and then after that, I'd like to ask you a follow-on questions on specific foreign policy positions that you have that are very important right now in this election.
Great. So you want me to start with Department of Peace, or you want to start with the other issues you were mentioning?
Please start with the Department of Peace, please.
So a Department of Peace, first of all, would have to do with domestic as well as international issues. I think a lot of Americans are unaware that peace building is a phrase that denotes specific activity and expertise. There are 4 factors which, when present, statistically indicate that there will be a higher incidence of peace and a lower incidence of violence. And those 4 factors, and this applies to a corner of a US city, it also applies to any other corner of the world. Number 1, the expansion of economic opportunities for women. Number 2, the expansion of educational opportunities for children. Number 3, the reduction of violence against women. And number 4, the reduction of unnecessary human despair. Now, if you look at the size of the U.S. military, $858 billion, then you look at the size of our State Department, which is something like $70 billion. That right there, look at that gargantuan gap. And then within that, there's something like an $8 billion, which goes to that goes to USAID. USAID has to do with humanitarian assistance around the world. I would argue that that humanitarian assistance does more to actually wage peace than does any activity of our military. I support the men and women in our uniform, of course, but no American people are not stupid. The Iraq War did not make us safer. The 20 years or so that we spent too long in Afghanistan did not make us safer. So the average American is pretty aware that there is a U.S. war machine. There's the blob, and we know that it has an undue influence on American foreign policy. Even Donald Rumsfeld, hardly a dove in all this, said we needed to learn to wage peace. And I think we're at a point where we recognize, just like you can't just not take care of your body and then just wait till you get sick and seek to eradicate or suppress the symptoms of illness. You have to proactively create health to the best of your ability. And I think people are seeing that same kind of, we're evolving in our thinking. You have to proactively create systems through greater justice, through greater humanitarian efforts that actually make the probability of peace much greater and the probability of conflict much less.
So based on that, then, Marianne, so I think the dominant conversation right now in our foreign policy that is either an active war zone or soon to be a war zone is Russia's invasions in Ukraine and then China's position related to Taiwan. And so I would like to ask you those two primary issues in foreign policy. One, if you were president of the United States, what would be your plan related to the Russia-Ukrainian war? Would you continue to support Ukraine militarily and demand Russia, as the U.S. position is right now, and demand Russia to withdraw from Ukraine? And then two, how would you respond to a Chinese invasion of Taiwan?
All right. Well, first of all, let's look at Ukraine. I think the American people have to walk and chew gum at the same time. This is a time in our history where it's very important that we look in the mirror. We look in the mirror and we must look at the past. So I don't think we should be foolish or naive enough to think that the United States was not meddling in Ukrainian affairs. I do not look at the 2014 revolution there like the overthrow of Mossadegh. I do not, in Iran, I do not see Zelensky as just a mere puppet like the Shah of Iran. I don't. I think it's far more complicated than that. But I do think the United States meddled. I don't think our Aegis missile should have been in Poland. I don't think that we have been particularly wise in our dealings with the entire question of the expansion of NATO. Having said that, nothing that I just said justifies Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And therefore, I support, at this point particularly, the counteroffensive in Bakhmut has really just begun. And at this point, this is not a time to be withdrawing support from the Ukrainians. This has got to be a negotiated settlement. That's the only answer that is possible here. I think most military experts and international affairs experts agree with that. But I'd like it to be, and I think the United States should certainly support, a negotiated settlement in which there is still a Ukraine. Denmark has offered to host a summit, but they have rightfully said it doesn't do any good just for Ukraine's allies to be there. China has to be there, probably Brazil, India. But you said something just now, like we could just demand that Vladimir Putin leave. Well, would it be so easy, correct? It's not so easy as demanding that Vladimir Putin leave. So at this point, yes, I do support the aid to Ukraine at this pivotal time. And I think with what's going on in Bakhmut right now, I think we'll know a lot more in the next 3 to 6 months. It should not be a blank check. I think actually the president is correct to say that our aid should not be predicated on what Zelensky says he needs alone. I think it should have to do with our own military calculations. But at this point, I wish them well in this counter-offensive. We should support all efforts at peace and negotiation. But we understand that right now, Russia thinks they're winning and they're keeping it up, and Ukraine thinks they're winning and they're keeping it up. And right now we have to look very closely, but I'm on Team Ukraine.
So, Marianne, I mean, based on what you said, you've kind of said it, but I just want a bit more of a clarification, because you have basically Donald Trump and Kennedy, who essentially are saying that they would ensure and go for some kind of peace, and that would be the primary objective. And then you have maybe people on the other side, someone like Biden, who's basically going to support Ukraine and not basically go towards some kind of negotiated settlement. So where would you put yourself in terms of, if you were to put yourself in a position in terms of from a spectrum, where would you put yourself closer to, more the Biden position?
Well, of course
or
we should. Well, I don't even understand what Bobby's position actually is, because what is he saying he would actually do right now? What he's saying is that we should support peace talks. We should support any kind of negotiated settlement. Of course we should. And that's why, we're living in a multipolar world now. The United States doesn't just get to stroll in someplace anymore and say, this is how it is. But we should be part of any global effort to help there be to form support.
To that, Marianne, I mean, his position is that it's a proxy war. So what vis-a-vis,
okay.
If United States was to pull this support, then you would have more of a chance for peace.
Okay, so it is my impression here, at least with the American left, that there are people who think that if they can they've figured out how to put the word proxy in the same word sentence as the word war, as though then you have it all figured out and you don't have to do any more deeper analysis than that. On a certain level, of course, it's a proxy war. But once again, what would he do? Does that mean that he would actually withdraw at this moment all military support from Ukraine? That's the question. The question is not how we got here. I agree with Bobby on how we got here. My point is, what are you going to do now? So when someone says that, oh, it's just a proxy war, we should support settlement, I'm the pro-peace candidate, there's nothing pro-peace about that position at all if you just all of a sudden withdraw all support. What would occur in that region of the world at this point, if we were to do that, is the opposite of peace. We would see such brutal activity on the part of Vladimir Putin, crushing the Ukrainian nation. We're not in a situation where that could be called peace. There is a war going on, regardless what we wish. It's simply, for those of us, I mean, I would see myself as a pro-peace. It's not like the United States can just walk in and say the war will end now. What the United States could do right now is withdraw all military support, and what we would have at that point is certainly not peace.
Let me go to Alex. Alex, go ahead, ask your question.
Hi. So there's been a lot of talk about politicization of the intelligence agencies, the FBI, and that sort. I was wondering if you'd support any sort of reform of the FBI and intelligence agencies, and what that would look like, if so.
Well, the problem we have is how much we don't know. That's where the reform comes in. I think there is a legitimate concern, or let's just say this. There is an ubiquitous distrust that is probably not completely unreasonable. One of the ways in which the United States is in trouble now is people don't trust our institutions. And in many ways, and in many cases, it's because our institutions have behaved in ways that have made people distrust. But the cynicism at this point is dangerous. So yes, I think people have every reason to ask questions. I think that there are very good men and women who on a daily basis even risk their lives, whether it's the FBI, whether it's the CIA. But there's enough questioning. There's enough, obviously in the case of the CIA, covert operations. One of the questions that Bobby, for instance, Kennedy, you mentioned Bobby Kennedy has brought up, which, I'm old enough to remember the death of his uncle. And I remember that there was question at the time. My own father said, I'm sure the CIA did this. People have recognized many of the things that have gone on with U.S. foreign policy over the last few decades that have had to do more with CIA operations than it has had to do with Americans actually taking a stand for democracy. So yeah, somebody needs to get on top of this. And there is a feeling in the air that the American president is in many cases more at the effect rather than at cause. Not only the president, but the government itself. So yeah, some things clearly need to be reined in. I think that there's a general consensus that some things probably need to be reined in.
Marianne, look, Alex asked a question that kind of links to my question. Something we've debated heavily on this show is what Sully calls the establishment. And we've talked, Alex gave an example of the three-letter agencies and the mistrust, the public mistrust, and their level of interference in everyday life and in social media platforms, for example, through the Twitter files. My question to you is, when you say you're competing against the system rather than going against Biden, can you please elaborate on what you mean by that system and how can you compete against that system?
I think that the president represents the mainstream establishment corporate Democrat today. Now, and when I say it's not him specifically, it's because if it's not him, it would be someone else. I'm old enough to remember when the Democratic Party, much more than not, displayed an unequivocal, unabashed advocacy for the working people of the United States. Now, starting basically under the Clinton administration, when he formed something called the Democratic Leadership Council, there was this sort of split in the Democratic Party. And the message was sort of, we can have it both ways. We can be there for the people, but we can also play with the big boys. Now, those who want to play with the big boys, and of course that means with the insurance companies, with the pharmaceutical companies, with the big ag, big food, big chemical companies, big oil companies, defense contractors, they and the money that is represented by the undue influence of those industries on our government now represent the main power center of the Democratic Party. Now, that establishment corporatist power center, of which Joe Biden is part, look at progressives like myself, like we're trying to hijack the party. But actually, they hijacked the party. We're Franklin and Eleanor. They're the DuPonts and the Morgans. So at this point, it's not enough to say one candidate. It's an entire perspective, which not only represents the leadership of the Democratic Party, but represents an unfair grip that the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, has on the electoral process itself, where they make no bones about this at this point. They say they have a right to. They suppress. We saw it with Bernie Sanders in 2016, Bernie Sanders in 2020. They do this not only when it comes to the presidential race. They do it with congressional candidates. They do it with senatorial candidates. They do everything possible to suppress on the level of primaries the voices of progressives and any others within the Democratic Party that would really be able to successfully challenge the dominance of the corporatists in the party. They're not always successful. There are those who have made it through. AOC is perfectly an example. Summer Lee is an example. There are those who have made it through. But in general, the corporatists, those who, this is the way I see it. They want to help people. They want to help people, but it basically comes to helping people on the periphery. They will do what they can to make people's lives better, but they refuse to challenge the underlying corporate forces that make the return of people's suffering always inevitable. Now, this reminds me, going back to Franklin Roosevelt, when Franklin Roosevelt said the alleviation of stress is not enough. We need genuine economic reform. And that is what I mean about competing against the corporatists. For the Democratic Party to say, we're going to help people survive an unjust system is not enough. The Democratic Party should end the injustice. And not only should we end the injustice in order to be true to our political traditions and our own moral center, but I don't think anything less than that will defeat the Republicans in 2024.
So guys, if you've got any questions, go to the bottom right-hand side and ask the questions. I will be asking your questions to Marianne. I have got a couple of questions I'm going to ask, but I will ask them immediately after the next panelist asks the question. So let me go to Sarah, but then any questions you have, put them in the bottom right-hand side and we will be asking your questions.
Thank you, Suleiman. Thank you, Marianne, for being here. I have a couple of questions for you. I'm looking on your website, and you talk about being the first woman president of the United States, and that you would use the full powers of your presidency to advocate for the things women care about. I assume that you mean women's health care and the wage gap. You do speak about the wage gap a little bit further down on your platform. Do you support a woman's right to choose? And if yes, what would you do to ensure that women in every state still have the right to choose?
Well, unfortunately, the Democrats, when they had the chance, did not codify the abortion rights and other reproductive rights. They could have. Uh, Obama had the power, and for the first 2 years, Biden had the power as well. And yes, absolutely, I do support it. At this point, it depends on what kind of Congress I would have. If I had the House and the Senate, then absolutely, I would say get rid of the filibuster if we have to, and we would be able to codify abortion rights. If I didn't have a House and Senate that were both Democrat, it would be very difficult. Democrats should have done it when they could have.
Right, thank you for that, Marianne. And then I've got a question from the audience, and the question is that why not increase GDP? Well, actually, sorry, let me get the question. Why not grow GDP instead of increasing business taxes? So that was a question from Phenomenology. So yeah, if you could answer that, that's a question from Phenom.
I didn't hear that. Why not increase
Sorry.
GDP as opposed to what?
Instead of increasing business taxes. So it's more in referring to your plan proposal about increasing business taxes.
Well, business taxes, what I want to see in my country is an alignment, and in some cases a realignment. But I'm not romanticizing or whitewashing our past. But I do think that there was a time when there was a greater social consensus that corporations should care, and that corporations should at least try to walk an ethical path. Adam Smith, who was the primary architect of free market capitalism, said it cannot exist outside an ethical center. Low taxes that are too low for corporations, create the unfettered corporate environment that we now have, in which a kind of what's often called vulture capitalism, hyper capitalism, now reigns in a tyrannous way over the American people, especially given the Citizens United decision, where they have such unlimited power to influence our government. Now, also, a lot of that tax money, when you look at something like the 2017 tax cut, $2 trillion, right? 83 cents of every dollar went to the highest earners in corporations. It is outrageous, because not only will it never pay for itself, but what is also clear is that these businesses did not use that money to create jobs. They didn't reinvest in their companies. Remember, all of this trickle-down nonsense was sold to us on the notion that these people would become job creators. They are more often job eliminators than job creators, because their whole paradigm is about profit maximization and optimization. What they call optimization is often at the expense of the health and the safety and the well-being of people. We need that money. We need that money for healthcare. We need that money for tuition-free college. We need that money for paid family leave. We need that money for free childcare. We need that money for guaranteed sick pay and a living wage. The American people, I'm in London right now because my daughter had a baby, and I heard, I don't know if I heard Irish accents or English accents. Clearly, this is an international phone call. I'm sure a lot of people on this call realize that such things as universal healthcare, such things as tuition and near tuition-free college are given as rights to the citizens of every other advanced democracy. And what this means is that the American people, we have 70% of American people who now report, according to a CNBC report, that they live, 70% say they live with constant economic stress. In the richest country in the world, the majority of Americans are living on some level of economic survival. We have 1 in 4 Americans who live with medical debt. We have 68,000 Americans who die every year from lack of health care. 18 million Americans who cannot afford to pay the prescriptions that their doctors give them. 85 million Americans who are underinsured or uninsured. And this is just one area of this profound imbalance and inequity. And it's wrong. It is simply wrong. And, I'm in England right now. They don't have people here who are rationing their insulin. They don't have people here who are putting GoFundMe pages up on the internet in order to pay for life-saving operations for them and for their children. So the way I look at it, these businesses, I'm sorry, they are the equivalent of the landed gentry back in England in the 18th century, and my country repudiated those forces in 1776. And as far as I'm concerned, those same forces and what they represent are back in terms of the corporatocracy in the United States, and we need to repudiate them again.
Marianne, let me go back to a question, a point you made earlier. First, I want to applaud you. You're on stage, and we applaud every guest that comes on. Because the panel, for anyone that doesn't know, is Marianne's team has not checked who's on the panel. They give us full freedom to bring up any speakers we want and ask any questions that have not been vetted. So I just want to applaud that, Marianne. I want to go back to the point is that you said we live in an oligarchy controlled by oil companies, big pharma, and insurance companies who you said they run this country. When you say such a statement, these industries run the world's biggest economy. Can you elaborate by what you mean by that?
Well, everything that I just said in terms of the statistics regarding medical debt, the $88 billion medical debt in the United States. The only reason any of the statistics I just mentioned exist is because of insurance companies. It's as simple as that. People say, "Oh, it would be so, complicated to have universal health care here." That's not the issue here. It's pure, unadulterated greed. The reason we don't have universal health care here, is because the situation is so corrupt. Same with something like when I mentioned a few minutes ago about people rationing insulin. The only reason people are rationing insulin in this country is because of the pure, unadulterated greed of the of the pharmaceutical companies. The only reason we don't have common sense gun safety laws in the United States is because of the pure unadulterated greed of the gun manufacturers. The reason we have carcinogens in our food, we have carcinogens in our fertilizers, carcinogens and toxins in so much of our environment is because of the greed factor in chemical companies, food companies, agricultural companies, and of course, big oil. Why do we have the global threat that we have, that climate change is posing, while we stay in this mass paralysis? I don't even think it's mass denial anymore. It's just the sclerotic nature of the way our government functions and this paralysis of the system, despite the fact that people want more robust action on climate change. Why? Because of the pure, unadulterated greed of the oil companies. And why is so much of America's foreign policy influenced more by profit maximization for Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and Boeing? For the pure, unadulterated greed of defense contractors. And by the way, they know this. The people who run these companies, many of them, if they were sitting here, they say, well, they would say, well, it's legal. We're not doing anything illegal. What I'm saying is, even when they're doing things that are not illegal, it is immoral and it is anti-democratic. The late Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis said, you can have large amounts of money concentrated in the hands of a few, or you can have democracy. You cannot have both.
Marianne,
does this all come back to does it all come back to lobbyists? Because you've described the government as a legalized bribery, a system of legalized bribery, and everything you mentioned there would for me go back to corporate lobbyists. So what would be the solution?
Well, I don't think it's reasonable to assume that Citizens United is going to be overturned anytime soon, not with the supermajority of the conservative justices on our Supreme Court at this time. But I do think that many of us who see this as the crisis that it is need to be as focused on overturning Citizens United as some people for years were focused on overturning Roe v. Wade. There are issues that have to do with gerrymandering. There are issues that have to do with the revolving door. A lot of the lobbyists, we have situations where lobbyists and bankers and lawyers actually come onto the floor in the US Congress and actually write the bills. And what ultimately the only answer is, when you say, what are you going to do about it, is a political revolution. It's really going to take, at this point, the system has its power so locked up that what it's going to take is a mass awakening on the part of the American people, which, by the way, I believe is not only possible, but already starting to happen. I think, for instance, if Bernie Sanders would have defeated Donald Trump in 2016, I think we're living in revolutionary times. I think there's a political earthquake that already the cracks in the ground are already visible. things are not going to remain the way they are. The sheer amount of human suffering and anxiety out there is too great. It's going to break one way or the other. It's either going to break in the direction of greater democracy and justice, or it's going to break in the direction of autocracy, authoritarianism, and even dystopia. So it seems to me that this is time for each and every one of us to do everything possible to steer the ship of our civilization in a direction that is sustainable and even survivable for the
Marianne,
human race.
you mentioned justice. If you look what the indictment against Trump that we saw in New York, and the latest one as well relating to Mar-a-Lago, would you say this is politically motivated? Do you think this is justice doing its thing and everyone being held accountable, or do you think it's a mix of both?
Look, there are two independent counsels. I don't think Jack Smith, you know, this man was at The Hague. This man is a registered independent. He's not an instrument of Joe Biden. And he chose to prosecute. A grand jury chose to indict. This is our legal system. It's not perfect, but we must agree to agree on supporting it. So I think it behooves everyone, no matter what your politics are, all of us should hope for a fair, must agree to agree. One of those is all or everyone is innocent until proven guilty, and the other one is that no man is above the law. So at this point, it was in the hands of a grand jury. That's why he was indicted, and it will be in the hands of a jury in his trial. And I pray for my country it will be a fair trial, and that it will be a trial, the fairness of which is recognized by the majority of American citizens. That is, all of us are served by justice being done in this case. In any case, obviously, but in this one, it's particularly important. And remember, there's an independent counsel that has been appointed in the case of Joe Biden too. So none of this drama is over.
Let me go to Dan. Dan, go ahead. Your question.
First, I want to say it's so nice to actually meet you on a Twitter space, Marianne. I'm actually friends with your old friend from the 80s, Michael Suter, and all he does is praise you all day long, every day.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And I wanted to build on what you were saying when Mario had talked about the U.S. being an oligarch and having been, for sale. And I think it's important to also understand that 86% of the time, the candidate with more money wins. Therefore, we have these different industries putting unlimited amounts of money because of Citizens United into campaigns, which helps them get their candidates elected that owe them favors that work for them, not us. And it goes even further, which leads to my question, where it's not just our Congress that's been purchased, but it's also the executive branch of the... Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, my alarm went off. It's all cabinet of the executive branch, meaning we have Goldman Sachs CEOs appointed and legislating, monitoring over Goldman Sachs. We have ExxonMobil CEOs that are serving in the cabinet that are regulating the fossil fuel industry. If you were elected president, would you make a pledge to not allow special interests into your presidential cabinet?
Well, I mean, it's almost a joke. Look who you're talking to. I mean, these are not people who support me, and they would have no reason to believe that I would be supporting them. I think the most egregious example of what you just said is that our Secretary of Defense is a former Raytheon board member. I mean, hello. So, of course, and you have the Secretary of Agriculture. Secretary of Agriculture should not be someone who is, been connected to big ag. Absolutely. This is what we call agency capture. And these departments should be advocates for the people, for the safety, the health, and the well-being of the people. I think everybody, listen, if I could make it to the White House, that would mean that the American people woke up and saw everything we're talking about here. No one would be expecting me to give Treasury over to a guy from Goldman Sachs.
Julie, I want to...
Marianne, before I go to...
Yeah, I want to ask, can you ask a question about gender transitioning and LGBTQ rights?
Yeah.
I think it's a good topic.
Yeah, that's all. So, Marianne, one of the major issues that people have both in the United States and in Europe, specifically United Kingdom, is the teaching of, LGBTQ in schools, teaching about sex changes in school, and teaching about transgender in schools. The argument is that children are too young and their minds have not been developed enough to be able to understand the content that they're learning. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, because I know you've got positions on this.
Well, for me, the overriding issue on LGBTQ, particularly transgender at this point, is something much bigger than schools. Um,
Yeah, I think Marianne got a call. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me, Sully? Is it my end?
No, we
No, I
got
can't
you.
hear you.
I can hear
Ah,
you.
cool, cool, cool. Whenever someone's mic mutes off, your question was, I wanted to kind of reword your questions. Like, what are your thoughts on gender trans or sex transition for?
Mario, I can help with this issue.
Yeah, of course, Tiffany. We'll get Marianne to just come back, get her connection fixed, and then we'll have a
Dave,
discussion
people,
us as a panel after. Hey, Marianne,
can,
you're back. You just dropped out. I think someone called you. So what happened is it cut out. So we
oh,
didn't hear most of what you
yes,
said.
they did, and I didn't see how to get rid of it. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Yes,
Good. No
I'm
worries.
so sorry. Yes, I was talking about transgender Americans and how, as president, I would declare a special protection status for transgender Americans right now, and I am very concerned, actually, about all the laws that are being passed around the country, which is actually trying to, there are people who don't seem to remember that the Declaration of Independence, which is our mission statement, begins with all men are created equal and with inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So what is important to me about transgender Americans is that they are Americans. People get to be whoever they want to be and do whatever they want to do as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. And the projection onto gay Americans, who LGBTQ, I plus transgender, that they are somehow hurting anyone, much less our children, is very dangerous. And I would very vigorously make it clear that I do not agree with that, and I don't believe it's an American sentiment. I also would direct my Department of Justice to vigorously investigate any civil rights violations against transgender. And I'll tell you something else. In general, I'm not a person, and nor would I be a president to say, oh, I'll have a Black woman do this or a Muslim man do that or anything like that. I don't think that kind of identity politics is always serves us. But I would say that I would have a transgender American in my administration, because I think it's important that we push back. And how do you push back against prejudice and bigotry? You push back by people getting to know someone who is of a certain whatever group of people are being hurt at that time. Now, you asked I'm sorry.
I'm going to add one more question to it, Marianne. A more direct question is: should sex transition be legal for anyone below the age of 18?
I don't believe that anything non-reversible should be allowed before the age of 18. But there are some things that are reversible. But no, I don't think that operations that are non-reversible should be allowed before 18.
Sully?
So, Marianne, just to follow up on that, there's not many people, or generally speaking, who disagree with your point in terms of equality, equity, and so on and so forth. Where the major concern lies, and you see protests in the United States, we've seen protests in Canada, we've seen protests in the United Kingdom in 2020, is about teaching it specifically in schools because people are concerned about their children. So, and the reason for it is not because they're not accepting other people, but the reason is that children are too young and are basically being almost indoctrinated into thinking about changing their gender when maybe they don't have the mental capacity to even make that decision. So based on that, what would your position be specifically on this issue in terms of teaching sex education to youth in primary school or teaching this to children in schools?
It's not an illegitimate argument. I mean, the prefrontal cortex isn't even fully formed yet. And I think, well, at this point, we're living at a time now where someone simply being gay is really within the purview of, I don't have any problem with children learning about that there are gay Americans. When it comes to something like transgender, yeah, I think people, I don't have I don't have a child at that age at this point, but I do think there are kids who probably learning about it at school. I don't know. I think that, obviously states make those decisions. I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't think kids need to be taught every little thing about every little thing that's going on at a young age. I wouldn't have a problem with parents saying, let's just not get into transgender in the 6th grade. I think that's reasonable.
So, Marianne, you said nothing
Just go
reversible.
one second,
No, hold
Sam.
on,
Suleiman, let me just quickly ask
go
on
ahead,
that. Yeah, you said nothing reversible. There's obviously questions of whether hormone therapy, it's said to not be, it's said to be reversible, but some people are questioning that. So how do you feel on that subject, specifically
science-
giving hormone therapy?
The articles that I've read said that those things are reversible. And that would be, for me, the issue. If something's reversible, then the parent and the minor can make that decision. But in general, there's a reason why society says about certain things 18. I mean, there's a reason for that. And I think at 18, you're an adult and you can make your own decisions about everything. But if it's a reversible procedure, then that's different.
I'll let Nelson jump in. So actually, before you do, Nelson, Danish, you want to comment more on this particular topic? Because I know he's got a lot of knowledge there, and then we'll go to Nelson.
Hi, Marianne. Thank you for joining us. My name's Danish. I'm a physician. So, one thing that I found very compelling about your message and your platform has been that you've been willing to ask very clearly about, hey, are we doing the right things for patients? You talk about the medical industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industrial complex, and as a physician, that is very compelling because we see it every day, right? But there's something that I can't square completely, which is that the science currently on, for example, puberty blockers and hormone therapy for children, and even for adults, hormone therapy for adults is not settled science yet, especially puberty blockers for children. We don't know what the long-term effects of this are. Sure, in the short term, there are some poor quality studies that show that suicidal ideation goes down, but its effect on suicide itself is also not completely settled science. We're very early in our journey right now, but what we do know is that the long-term risks of putting kids on puberty blockers can be severe. So my question is,
I'm sorry,
why
sir, hold on a moment. You said could be what? That the
severe
long-term effects could be
osteoporosis?
severe. Yeah.
Yes, for osteoporosis, puberty blockers can actually have long-term effects. We know that there are multiple studies showing that. So my question for you is, how do we square your opinion that we shouldn't trust, just automatically trust the medical industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industrial complex when it comes to certain things, but we should completely trust them when it comes to the care of transgender children or children that want to transition? How do we square the fact that people are making millions of dollars on some of these procedures and all of these medications, and yet no one is saying, hey, do we have all the data yet? How do you square that position of yours?
I agree with you, actually. When I talk about the medical industrial complex, I'm not saying I don't trust doctors. I'm not saying I don't trust scientists. I'm saying I don't always trust the hospital industry. I don't always trust the insurance industry. I don't always trust the pharmaceutical industry. But I think you said you're speaking as a doctor, didn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, well, that's very, very different. I would listen to you very seriously, and I would ask such people as yourself actually to come into my office and talk to me and tell me what this is all about. And to the extent, I mean, I think I know what it's quote unquote all about, but tell me your perspective, because I think everything you just said made a lot of sense. So I think that's the point. It is the doctors we should be listening to, and it is the scientists that we should be listening to. And bringing together a group of experts and a spectrum of opinions on that would be absolutely within the purview of power that I would exercise as president.
Let me go to Nelson. Nelson, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and just take the conversation back to the corporate tax strategies that she's looking to implement, but I really don't want to get off of this transgender topic because I think it's also very important. So I'll just defer to anybody else on stage that wants to stay.
Yeah, I'll go.
Stay on that.
Yeah,
time.
and then we'll shift up and go to you, Nelson. Joe, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go off the topic, but I really want to. Marianne, I like the fact that you look a lot at solution, but I've heard some of your speeches, and what kind of throws me off is not just me, I think a lot of Americans, is when you start talking about reparations, how, why, what's the benefit, what's that helping in your 4-part plan that you spoke about early on about getting back to peace and setting America on the right path. What's your plan for that?
You know, after World War II, Germany paid Jewish organizations $89 billion in reparations. And of course, the United States even paid $25,000 each as reparations to those who were placed in Japanese internment camps during World War II. So by the middle of the 20th century, the idea of financial remuneration being provided by a people that has wronged another people to those who were wronged was considered a reasonable, civilized action in foreign affairs. And I think most importantly is that those reparations from Germany, while obviously they don't mean the Holocaust didn't happen, I think that they have gone far towards providing greater emotional and psychological reconciliation with the Jews of Europe. And you can see this, I'm not saying anti-Semitism isn't a problem in Europe again, but it's not Holocaust based, what I'm talking about in terms of Jews, the vital Jewish community in Munich and so forth. We, however, the Civil War having ended in the middle of the 1860s, we are still passing this toxic baton generation to generation. We had not only almost 2.5 centuries of slavery, but that was followed by another 100 years of institutionalized oppression of Black people in the American South. 350 years. Now, if you had been kicking someone to the ground, I think we would all agree that you owe it to them not only to stop kicking, but to reach out your hand and say, let me help you get back up. And 350 years of kicking is a lot of kicking. Now, in the 1960s, we did achieve the end of segregation. We had the Voting Rights Act, we had the Civil Rights Act, we desegregated. I think that if Martin Luther King had lived, certainly if Bobby Kennedy Sr. had become president, who knows? The conversation was not over. They had not gotten to the third leg of that stool, which was financial remuneration. Now, at that point, Richard Nixon became president, and his domestic advisor, Patrick Moynihan, used a pretty sinister term, benign neglect. He said, enough is enough with all this talk about race, and he suggested benign neglect. So, in other words, America came together and said, let's stop kicking. But we didn't say, let's help you get back up. And so I believe that in life for a nation, as well as for an individual, you can't really have the future you want if you're not willing to clean up the past. And I think...
This is where you lose me a little bit, Marianne. And I'll tell you why. It's because you spoke about crime, and this is actually what got my attention about you. You spoke when you were asked about crime. You said the issue isn't the crime; it's the poverty. These people are in a socioeconomic system which creates crime. If we get them out of poverty, we help reduce crime. So why haven't you ever studied, by giving reparations, how much reparations need to be given to reduce crime? You could probably even offset some of the police costs and things of that nature. But that's why I'm like, is this just talking points, or is this actually really a plan? Because it's deeply researched and it will reduce crime and it will make sense in the budget and everything else.
Well, these things
because
are deeply...
I'd be all for it if it was, look, this is actually going to help reduce crime and give back to what we actually should have given back to a long time ago.
Yeah, but the point is how much crime is rooted in poverty. I mean, the whole and reparations plan is an anti-poverty plan. So, because what you're talking about is a huge wage gap between blacks and whites, which, by the way, if it were closed, would make our economy over $1 trillion larger. So to talk about crime without talking about poverty is to keep it only on the level of the symptom and not get it to the level of the cause. So a plan for reparations is, among other things, a crime prevention activity because it is a poverty eradicator.
Marianne,
I would just suggest having some
jump off
studies
Dr.
on that,
Danish
because
one
it'd be
second,
really
Malcolm.
good.
1 second. Sorry, go ahead, Joe. It's the same question.
No, I was just saying I would suggest having some studies on that because I think it would be really insightful to people.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you
So,
know, it's so. I just want to say, if I may say one thing about that, this idea of a study, another study. We are studied up the gazoo. There is a congressional a piece of legislation called HR 40, which was first introduced by the late John Conyers, who actually was a friend of mine. And it was exactly what this gentleman is saying. Let's have a study and talk about the evidence of slavery and the descendants of slavery and what they go through and so forth. So President Biden has said, well, I support HR 40. Congress should do it. Well, this is classic DC talk for I don't want to touch it, but I want to sound like I'm going to touch it. So I'm going to kick it down the road or kick it to the other side of Washington, the other side of the Capitol. You know, okay, we get it. My contention is enough with the studies. Let's do something. Nothing kills an issue like building a presidential commission around it. At this point, I think enough studies are done. We need to sit down, just like when the gentleman was talking about the medical evidence around transgender. You can have there are studies that say it's okay. There are studies that say it's not okay. Leadership is about listening to all of the people and then deciding what you're going to do. I think I've read enough studies, and my belief is that it's time to put some negotiating principles on the table and in our generation try to interrupt this toxic pattern. That's all.
Maria, let me ask a separate question. I know, Sully, you want to ask a question about COVID. I want to ask you about the social media companies. We're talking about the US being an oligarchy and talking about big pharma and oil companies. But we haven't I haven't heard you speak about the amount of influence social media companies have and the amount of time we spend on them. So we've covered the Twitter files very heavily here. And I know that Elon's been covered very heavily, not really favorably recently by the media. What are your thoughts on Elon's fight against censorship? The pros and the cons, because there's censorship is needed in some ways, but where do you draw the line? Who draws the line? And when you have centralization of power, as we have with social media companies, we're seeing how it can be abused, sometimes for good, but many times for bad or for nefarious purposes or for financial reasons. Would love to get your thoughts on the matter.
Well, it's a very difficult topic, obviously. I remember hearing the comedian Sacha Baron Cohen when the issue was about President Trump and his being deplatformed from Twitter. I remember hearing Sacha Baron Cohen saying, if Hitler were alive today, he would be taking out 30-second ads on Facebook. And I remember that was like a brick to my forehead. It was just chilling. It just had this chilling effect on my heart. After all, we have, there were people with swastikas on huge flags outside Disneyland the other day. At the same time, once you start saying that people cannot have any platform at all, you're in big trouble as well. And I think what you said is the issue. Who is it that's doing the deciding here? And I think one of the reasons why it's been so, why Elon has become so controversial, why so many people are criticizing him right now, is for all his talk about freedom. We have seen places where he's been very prejudiced in his own, and using his enormous power to silence voices in a way that he doesn't like. So there clearly needs to be some regulation here. They have obviously way too much power. On the other hand, how you actually go about that regulation, how it should be done, nothing is going to replace ethics. And that's the deepest problem. Government should not be a bludgeon. Government should not be a meat cleaver. I think all of us realize that you don't want that, because then who in whose hands is all this power, right? Some things simply shouldn't be. One of the things on this, when we talk about technology that has me deeply concerned, and I think all of us should be deeply concerned, is the power of AI. But when you think
Marianne,
about...
No, continue, Marianne. Continue.
So when you because to me it's such a threat in terms of the things that you were talking about, because you're not just talking about platforming people, you're talking about platforming intelligence that isn't even people and that we know has the capacity to go rogue, to hallucinate, and so forth. But when I see certain things that have happened that are so obviously dangerous with chats like Bing, to me the deepest problem is who in their right mind with any kind of a conscience wouldn't have shut that thing down the next day. So we can talk about regulations. We all know that this is a very complicated subject because we have to balance First Amendment, we have to balance free speech, we have to balance the idea, and I agree with this idea, every American should, that the whole foundational principle is that the more voices you have out there, if people have the opportunity to hear and make critically minded choices, they will come up with the best thing, versus the enormous power of these technology companies. I think there need to be regulations, but I think there need to be very careful regulations, and nothing is going to substitute for people awakening from this delusional, hyper-capitalistic, crony-capitalistic canard that somehow, because this makes me more money, it's okay that I do it. We need an introduction of healthy shame in this society. Healthy shame, where people begin to realize that just because you can doesn't mean that you should. And the fact that it's going to make you a few more tens of millions or even billions for your stockholders, and even though it might have to be legal, because to make it illegal would be counter to the First Amendment in ways that we would not want. No one should think of those people as successful businessmen that we should admire. And so that's why it's going to have to be a revolution of consciousness as well as a political revolution that gets us out of the mess that we're in.
Can I step us back real quick before we continue forward, back on the reparation topic? When I think about reparations, I think about
actually, Dan, before, yeah, we'll go back to reparations in a bit, because I think Sully wanted to press into the current discussion, the current point that Marianne made a bit further. So Sully, I'll give you the mic first.
Yeah, sure. So, my question was actually slightly off topic, but it was something that is important, I believe, to Americans, something that when we talk on these spaces is very important to them. And that is the fact that they've lost trust in the election process, whether it's Democrat, whether it's Republican. You saw in 2016 where there was disagreement about Hillary, and then later on you saw it in terms of 2020. So my question to you is, Marianne, how are you going to give Americans confidence in the election process? What changes or things are you going to put in place that once again people can trust the results of the election, and that the country then is no longer divided?
Well, I have to tell you, I think most of the conversation about the election not being safe and protected in 2000, in this last one, 2020, was made up. I mean, it was concocted in Donald Trump's brain and agreed upon by his friends who wanted to override the election. I mean, the real stolen election that we had, if you want to talk about a stolen election, the closest to a stolen election that we've had was in 2020, when Florida wasn't allowed to, the Supreme Court of the United States was overridden and they weren't allowed to count their votes. That's where we had a real issue with an election. This last one, there were enough experts to say this wasn't a problem. This wasn't a problem. It was a safe election. And I do think there should be paper ballots. There should absolutely be paper ballots. But the whole idea about how it was stolen and it really wasn't okay and it really wasn't kosher, all of that came straight out of, the Donald Trump camp. So your presupposition here is, what are we going to do about the fact that we have unsafe elections? And I said, what are we going to do about the fact that there are people who, for their own political purposes, would create this mass hysteria around an unsafe election, when in many of cases they knew themselves there was nothing unsafe about it.
May I ask a question about Hillary?
The reason for that, the reason is that, and I know you're referring to 2020, but we had this situation in 2016 as well, when Hillary was not willing to accept the election results. We had 2004 where there was issues between the Gore and Bush election. So for me,
no, Hillary Clinton did not contest that election. She did not contest the election, and for that matter, Al Gore accepted the ruling of the Supreme Court.
Okay, let me go to. I mean,
how does it feel to be shut down, Suleiman?
Yeah, I mean,
Albin, you want me to go into it? I don't mind.
No, it's good to see you shut down. It's good to see you shut down. I enjoy it.
Hillary Clinton.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton conceded the election.
I mean,
may I ask a question about Hillary?
Marianne, she conceded the election, but she continued up until 2019 to say that she did not accept the results of the election and there were some issues with it. So even though she officially conceded it, to the public there became doubt about the integrity of the election.
Yeah, I think Marianne, I'll position the question in a pretty objective way. Is that the lack of trust in any system within the US The system could be flawed. It could be corrupt. The judicial system is far from perfect. But when you have a break of trust, it gets very concerning very quickly. It's very difficult for an economy the size of the US, for a society the size of the US, to function without trust within the system. But there's good reason to lose that trust as well. How do you balance it out?
Well, it's what you just said is exactly how we began the conversation tonight, and I said exactly what you just said. Um, you're absolutely right. It's the cynicism is at a dangerous level. There is a certain kind of healthy skepticism that I think is part of good citizenship. We should never just accept a priori, but there needs to be a majority of Americans who feel, basically they're trying their best and they're trustworthy people, and more often than not, they get it right. I think that that has been frayed, and I think it's been frayed for two reasons. First of all, it's been frayed because the institutions themselves have behaved in ways. I think COVID is kind of an example. My own doctor, at a certain point, said something like, "Well," he was talking about something else, and he said, "Well, I used to ask the CDC. I don't even bother anymore." So sometimes it's the actions of the agencies themselves, which are obviously captured by moneyed forces, whether it has to do with pharmaceutical or any other, and that's very, very dangerous. That's to be put at the feet of the agencies themselves, and it's dangerous. And the answer there is you have to get in there, and you have to have the kind of leadership that's not coming from just a partisan place, and it's not coming from a corporatist place, and that leader, and that's going to take more than 4 years to do, but did you actually begin the process of cleaning this stuff up, so that, for instance, your drugs are not being tested by researchers who are paid for by the pharmaceutical companies, so that you're not leaving it to the defense contractors to do their own regulating and their own accounting. I mean, everybody can see the corruption. So on one hand, you can't blame the American people for their cynicism and they're not trusting, because the lack of trust is so obviously reasonable, because we see all the corruption everywhere we look. But then on the other hand, you have some forces, and I believe that Donald Trump is an example, who just in order to shore up his own political power, becomes a chaos agent, just throws a bomb in something. There's a difference between I'm going to smash this because it's corrupt, and I'm going to smash this because it doesn't serve me. And so things like, for instance, with the election system in 2020, I think that there is enough reason to believe that it was a basically safe election. And I believe that most of the cynicism about it was artificially created by a man who just didn't want to give up the job.
Let me go to Khaleesi. Khaleesi, your question?
Yeah, I have. Thank you so much, Suleiman. Hi, Marianne. It's been really good listening to you on this space. So you've been quite outspoken. I'm British, so I'm obviously looking at the foreign aspect of this, and you've been quite outspoken about the foreign policy in terms of Iraq was a mistake, Afghanistan was a mistake. You've even said Vietnam was a mistake. You've talked about Ukraine, Russia. You've talked about any aid that goes to Israel should go with stringent rules that it cannot be used to hinder the human rights of Palestinians. But what I want to ask you is, what would your approach to NATO be if you were to be elected? How would you deal with that? Thank you so much.
Well, I think some people, particularly on the left in America today, think that NATO should not exist. And it's interesting that you said that you're European. I've been here for the last 3 weeks. I think that NATO should exist. I think there's a reason for NATO to exist. When you have a country like Finland, who's remained neutral all these decades, and now is saying that it wants to join NATO, but at the same time, I don't think it should be used just for our geopolitical purposes. And I think in many ways, I think the United States, and I realize that I'm running for president of the United States, but one of the things that the United States must become more of is humble in our foreign policy. This is a North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The United States is not the only country making decisions here. And I would seek a relationship with Europe. And, Japan is part of this too. It's not just Western democracies. We must have a revitalization of commitment around what is truly the championing of democracy as well as the proper defense of democracy in our time. I think we all know now that the post-World War II era, in many ways, some of those coattails are no longer ours. They need to be reinvented. And I think the decisions about NATO need to emerge from that revitalized conversation and dedication. And I would look forward to deep conversations with leaders of other democracies as we forge new ways to stand for the principles and the values that we believe in. Part of that would be the decisions about what to do with NATO.
So,
Also,
Marianne,
we have
on
to
that-
go. Also,
and go-
we have to because we got one more question, if you don't mind. Also, so I'll give it to Maze because she hasn't asked a question, and then I'll wrap it up with one final question that we always ask special guests. Maze, Marianne's team told us just one more question before my question, so the mic is yours.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Mario. Hi, Marianne. Thank you so much for coming here and answering questions. I just wanted to get your take on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and kind of how that's coming down the pipeline in forms of ESG and other things in terms of, like we talked about earlier, comprehensive sexual education, and just to kind of get your idea about what you think and will you be moving forward with the ESG protocol?
You know, I'm in a lot of thought about that right now. For the most part, silent thought. And I'll tell you, I mean, thought is silent, but I mean, I've been pretty silent on this publicly, and I'll tell you why. I was as excited as anybody about the millennial goals and taking them into the 21st century, their transformation and so forth. There are other people who I admire and respect who have a lot of cynicism about some of the influences and some of the industries and some of the corporate powers that have appropriated certain aspects of decision making when it comes to the form that the goals take now. This is an area, remember earlier on the phone call when the physician was talking and he was talking about transgender. And I said, I would have some people in my office. I would call together the people who have the most to say about this, and I would do a lot of deep listening. And on this, the same. I would listen deeply to how we're going to make these goals happen in the 21st century, and we're going to have the sustainable development, and we're going to have the ideals of the United Nations, and we're going to make it happen and create a more beautiful world. I mean, that is why I'm running for president. At the same time, I'm not naive about the appropriation of some of these things that are the best that we have to offer by forces that perhaps are not. And I would listen, you know, the reason I said I haven't been talking about it publicly is because I'm doing a lot of reading. So do I want the goals? Of course I want the goals. Am I naive enough to believe that this is all a matter of we're tripping through beautiful grass and flowers and it's all sunshiny and there are no bad actors anywhere near? No, I don't. But I would seek to learn as much as possible from those who have some really expert opinions on this. And I would back all efforts to make the goals realized, but without undue corporate influence.
Marianne, I'll ask the final question that we ask all special guests that come on the show. So we've asked this to Elon, Hunter Biden, Giuliani, Andreessen. The list goes on. And it's a very simple question. Your experience on the space, I think, I didn't check your account yet, but I think this is your first, if not one of your first spaces. And I know because you called it a call. So anyone that joins spaces for the first time, they call it a call.
Sorry.
and I said this to your team.
My age.
No, everyone does this. Everyone does. And I said this to your team. I said to them, she's gonna feel like it's a call, and there it is. So I want to get your thoughts. You've just had questions from a panel you did not vet on a platform that obviously has a different way of censorship does exist on Twitter. Would love to get your thoughts on the experience.
I felt respected. I felt given a fair shot, and I appreciate it.
What an end. Marianne, it's a real pleasure to have you. Whether we agree with you or disagree with you, I think everyone enjoyed the discussion we had today and the fact that you took unvetted questions from a panel you didn't know. Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you very, very much.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Guys, epic discussion. That was just such it felt like we're all in a room together. I really enjoyed this. I'm not sure about you, Sully, but I really enjoyed the feeling of just like we're all sitting together on a table and just having a very civil conversation, which is so different to the mainstream media's hit pieces, for example, where they're like, gotcha. I said to her team, I'm like, we're not looking for a gotcha moment. Just want to have a discussion, want to ask the tough questions, want to be able to disagree. And that's a discussion we had. I really enjoyed that one. What do you think, Sully?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think you summarized it really well. I don't think there's much I can add. And you said it in the space. None of these questions are vetted. We brought random people up from both sides of the aisle. There were people who were supporters of Trump. We had people who were supporters of DeSantis. We had people who were liberals. We had moderates. We had Kennedy.
We had a conspiracy theorist co-host. We even had you, bro.
I mean, don't attack yourself, Mario, please. But essentially, and we had very logical people on here who understand things holistically. We had a wide range of people, and that's why I give her a lot of credit. I mean, she would have carried on. I actually, it wasn't her team saying only like stop. I literally messaged and said, "Oh, how much more?" And then they said, "Okay, let's do a few more questions." So again, I mean, she would have carried on even longer. So yeah, I give her a lot of credit.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. With Greg, let me give. Sorry, I was going to give the mic to Greg because I know Greg wanted to ask a question. He never got the chance to. So instead, Greg, would love to get your thoughts on the discussion instead. And sorry, he couldn't get the mic for a question.
Yeah, I thought it was a great conversation. Obviously, I'm disappointed spent the time here and didn't get a chance to ask. But here's what I wish that we could have brought up, and I'd love for us maybe to talk about this. Back at the end of March, the DNC made a comment that there would be no debates in the primaries. So RFK, Marianne, they're not going to have an opportunity to ever get on stage with Joe Biden at the present moment. Marianne blasted the DNC when they made that decision. And I'm just curious now that, their polling numbers
that would
have
have
been
been a good question, that Greg. I wish you got
I know, that was an epic question. That would have been.
I was waiting to ask it, but I couldn't get in.
Yeah,
I hate it. Marianne is still here, guys.
Yes.
I apologize, Sam. I apologize that Sam kept jumping.
Yeah. So Marianne, this question, let me send. If Marianne's listening, I don't know if she wants to come up. I've sent her an invite to come to answer that one last question. Let me just fix the panel very briefly. I'll just remove people that love me and that will agree that me and removing them. So Marianne, I've sent you an invite. You don't have to come up because I know you're probably exhausted, unless you're on here and not listening. But Greg, that's a really good question. And the fact that like what we should do, and I'll see if Elon could come up with something, is that we could really put them on the spot, because I know Elon wants to have presidential debates here. I think a lot of people do. And if we can position in a way where we kind of lure in, like we just highlight to Biden that, hey, we get RFK, we got Marianne, and we got other big names coming in, and just highlight to Biden, like call him, hey, you're a chicken, why are you coming here? And just speaking directly to the people. And again, you can like Biden, but still be against the fact that there's not going to be debates. That's a great question, Greg. And yeah,
I think the real issue is that Biden simply can't handle a debate.
Yeah, obviously this is a reason. Obviously, there's a reason, but this is just unfair to the other candidates.
Yeah, I mean,
he also
you tell
doesn't
Biden
need
it's
to
a telephone
debate.
call, and so that he can have a script.
Yeah, it highlights, though, with something that she said earlier about Bernie Sanders and the DNC being unfair. You can go to the RNC and the treatment of Ron Paul in 2008. Both the RNC and the DNC control exactly who we get the vote for, and there's no really debating that any other way. And I want to know how Marianne feels after running for president before, seeing the corruption within the DNC, and now being told, hey, you're not going to get a shot to get on the stage. I think that that's a question that needs to be asked of any Democrat primary candidate at this point in time, because that system has to change, or else we are not represented as Americans.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the so Space's dashboard, which has great statistics. The founder is listening to the Space. Just tell me the statistics of all the candidates and how many followers they have, and how many spaces they've spoken in. Impressed. All right, so Joe Biden, 37 million followers, spoke at 0 spaces. So Trump obviously is not on Twitter at all. Tim Scott. So I'll tell you who hasn't been in spaces. Tim Scott. Hutchinson has not been in spaces, and then we have Nikki Haley hasn't. And that's it. And then Perry Johnson hasn't either. Now, who's been on the most spaces? It's an easy one because he's been on this space the most. That's Vivek Ramaswamy. He's been on 13 spaces, and probably 13 of them are ours. No, Joey, there's a bunch of others, but he's been on 13 spaces. Francis Suarez, we need to invite him, Sully. He's been on 5 spaces. Ron DeSantis obviously has been on 1 with Elon and David Sachs. RFK Jr., he's had 2. He's been on 1 and he's hosted 2. And he's hosted one where Mays, who was on stage earlier, and myself were co-hosting, where he announced that he's running for president. He did it obviously at a live event, but also streamed it on Twitter Spaces, so it's a bit different to what DeSantis did. And then we have Larry Elder. He spoke at one space. Really interesting. So that's the statistic. So Marianne, you come in at number 3 after Vivek and Francis Suarez. So not bad. After today's, it'll be 4. So you'll be ahead of. You'll be very close to Suarez.
And Mario, I've got to say, this is her medium. Like, you could tell that she was
She
so
was so good.
comfortable.
Yeah.
She was so good. I've watched her YouTubes. I've watched some of the others, and I did ask her, in my opinion, a tougher question, and I felt like, even though she was kind of blindsided a little bit, she just, maybe it's because of her background and because she talks to people on the phone all the time, because of her old profession. I think there's something special about the fact that she was able to get her voice out. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of points that people could disagree with, but I was expecting easy moments of being able to catch her saying something just illogical. I'm a very logical person. Something illogical that I can catch her on. And I struggled. Obviously you could disagree based on opinions, but in terms of any gotcha moment, I know I said we're not here for gotcha moments, but when I find them, I really grab onto them and kind of highlight them. There was none. I think she was just really, and I liked one question she answered. I think it was yours, Danish, where she literally took her time. She's like, I'm actually not sure. That, for me, when someone admits, and that's something I tell Sully and we argue a lot, like when someone admits what they don't know, they admit what there's something they don't understand or they're not sure about, that takes courage. So again, I don't say he praising Marianne and that's it, but I just really enjoyed the conversation. So I'm on a bit of a high. Doc, what do you think? Maybe you can bring us back to reality.
The other side is you should probably know the issue rather than not know, and that's probably the problem you have.
No, but you can't know everything. No, Sully, you can't know everything. This answer is
problem.
This answer. Your comment right now shows that is a definition of ignorance and ego. But go ahead, Doc.
No, but even beyond that, a lot of the presidential candidates, they act like they know the answer to everything. I'm not gonna, it's like Voldemort. I'm not gonna take his name, but there's a lot of people that try to say that they have the answer to every single thing, and complexity is there. There's so much complexity in a lot of these topics, and I love that she was like, yeah, I guess I agree with you there. Yeah, maybe we should do some studies. And I was like, oh, interesting. So again, to me, it was quite surprising. I was very surprised by that.
Doc?
So, Doc, look, I think you guys all have rose-colored glasses on. Maybe just because you're up on.
I knew it. I knew he's gonna bring us really. Oh, go ahead, tell us, Doc. Tell us.
And you didn't want to forget about a gotcha question. How about a serious follow-up? Her initial answer about the trans, is it related to children? That Dr. Danish asked. That was a completely irresponsible and uninformed response on her part. She was talked out of her position just by a comment. The notion that puberty blockers and intervention with children isn't a problem, or that there's any studies that seriously suggest that it's reversible, is a joke. It's uninformed. Her doubling down on was it Khaleesi's question? Maybe it was Mays's about the UN's goals and plans in this regard. Again, reflected just a really uninformed basis. Her embrace of Washington, D.C. and the regulatory authority of the government, what she would do in terms of adding, a Department of Peace or what have you, and at the same time saying that there has to be a revival in this country and awareness of the corruption of D.C., the power of corporations, the powers of pharmaceuticals and military-industrial complex. She's lost, and this is a joke. That the first thing she didn't bring up is the fact she and other Democratic candidates are being denied an opportunity to speak to the American people.
Go ahead, Danish.
Doc, I do want to push back at this notion, and again, do I think that there's a world in which she could have better advisors that could give her both sides of the conversation? Sure. But to try to act like this is settled science on either side, like I said yesterday, it is not settled.
That's why we
need more
do it
studies.
At all,
Hold on.
Danish.
I let you speak the whole way through, Doc. Doc, I let you speak the whole way through, and I respect your opinion, especially when we're up here. So I just want to push back that this is not settled science. For there are a bunch of people that are out there that are running for president. They're acting like they know exactly what's going on. And the answer is we are in uncertain times. And maybe, just maybe, right now we need a president that is willing to question their priors, that's willing to say, you know what? Maybe you might be right about this. Let me look into this. Let me figure out what we should do. You're right. Maybe I should look at, because if people just keep believing every single thing that they keep spouting every single day, if that's what you want in a leader, perhaps it's better to move to a country where people don't get questioned. Because I like the fact that we live in a country where
you're
we do
talking
get
in
questioned.
generalities now, doctor, and I'm talking specifics about that one issue, about her one answer on your question about puberty blockers and intervention while children are still prepubescent. You and I both know that there's no studies right now that demonstrate that there's no harm from that process. And so we should not do it. We should not entertain it until it's proven
And I
safe
agree.
and effective. Period. There's no
But
I
studies
agree with
out
that.
there.
Studies that prove that tobacco causes cancer and liver or alcohol destroys your liver and kills people, but we don't outlaw those things. Just stating that.
Yeah,
but
we
Dan,
do.
so
It's
that's
called the
hold on,
Hippocratic
hold on, hold
fucking
on.
oath, right? And we license doctors that do no
Exactly.
harm. This
Exactly.
is doing harm. All right.
Well, until
You're
we
never
know
going
that
to
it's
get
doing
elected to the
benefit.
Senate with stupid
Well, so
opinions
just to
like
be
that.
clear,
Come on,
we
Doc. This
license
was a
doctors.
civilized debate, and now you're swearing and shouting at people. Let's just try to remain
So
civilized.
the point that I was trying to make was more about the risks versus, again, sometimes we can have conversations. Going back to Marianne and her approach, I found it very encouraging that, like a lot of populist leaders that act like they know the answer to everything, she took a measured approach. She had a point of view. I challenged her point of view, and then she said, you know what? I need to reevaluate my point of view. I think that is very encouraging. I think we need more of that in this country.
Yeah, but then you condemned Donald Trump for not
I did not.
intervening
First of all, I said
professionals
I will
over
not take
COVID.
any other candidate's name in vain. So I literally said those words. I did not talk about Donald Trump at all, just to be clear.
So, but what I'm saying
Go
though,
ahead, Joe.
Doc,
Hold on.
is
Go ahead, Joe.
you and
Go
other
ahead, Joe, and then
you
Doc.
and other Democrats condemned Trump for not stepping in and gainsaying the medical expertise over COVID. That he stepped
Doc,
back
I'm
and he
actually on your
listened to other
side. Can I
people
talk?
and let the experts decide. But that's somehow a
Doc.
condemnation on his part.
Rare occasion, me and you are on the same side. Let me just
Go ahead,
explain the point. Yeah. She invited you basically to a study, right? Because she didn't know. When I call her out on the fact that she didn't know what she was talking about on reparations, because she never studied the reduction on crime and she was just doing it as a talking point. That's why she went into like a 3-minute monologue about the history of reparations. She told me studies are the way politicians kick things down the road. But she just invited you for a study in the previous question. And then she did it again in the last question. You know what I mean? And I actually entered this wanting to hear her because I liked a lot of her talking points. I even started out the space by saying, I like the fact that she looks at the solution and not just trying to fix the problem. She looks at it she looks at it on a deeper level.
I don't completely agree because this is the thing. Study, it's not like, for example, I have issues with a number of studies. That's why I always ask, like, who's done the study, who is it on behalf of, where are they getting the funding from? Like, any academic who's worth his weight in anything will check these things immediately. So whenever, like, Mario gives a study, that's almost
But
like,
she did not.
Let me
talk about the
Joe, let me
reduction in
finish my point,
crime.
bro. Let me finish my point. So that's why whenever Mario makes a complaint about us, like, when I ask Mario and he loses it, but that's the reason I'm asking. But from the other side, there are certain studies that you are basically quantifiable, they're tangible. For example, number of deaths. Unless there's some kind of parameters that have been manipulated, generally you can look at like that data. So there's certain data that are tangible you can look at. So I don't think by rejecting certain studies and being open to other studies is a complete contradiction.
I think the problem is this is a fringe debate, and we're trying to turn Marianne's entire pitch into another trans debate. This is actually a fringe debate in US politics that affects, I hate to say this, affects a tiny amount of people. It's become a big talking point for populists on Twitter. But why are we turning yet another spaces where this woman made lots of good points on lots of good topics? Why are we talking about trans?
First of all, Sam, I just want to correct that incredibly.
I'm talking about reparations, not
hold on.
Go ahead, Tiffany.
What
Go ahead,
I was going
Tiffany.
to say was,
No, go ahead, Tiffany.
Thank
Oh,
you.
go ahead, Tiffany.
Because we're talking about it because we're talking about reality. We're talking about truth. We're talking about the fact that there are two biological sexes. And there are a small percent of people that think that the gender they were assigned at birth which is how they phrase it, is not reflective of the body, of the soul that they inhabit. And we're talking about truth, and it's changing our entire world.
We talk about
So
Marianne
that's why-
Williamson's
no,
run for
because that's
president,
why-
and she had a fairly neutral stance on it. She had a fairly neutral stance. Why are we
No,
debating
Tiffany
it?
makes
Makes
a
a point, which is there is no neutral
in
stance.
Mario,
There is no
I'm
neutral
trying to
stance
talk.
on this when it comes to kids.
May I please? Yeah, Libby's right. Like, go ahead, Libby, take it.
Yeah, no, I was just going to agree with you, Tiffany, and I would like to hear presidential candidates come out directly and speak about their views on this. We need to know how people feel about it. We know how the president feels about it. He goes out there on, every chance he gets and encourages parents to push their kids into gender transition. He encourages so-called affirmation. He doesn't have any idea what it means. And we need presidential candidates to understand exactly what this means, what the process
and if he's
of
a serious person,
stunting growth
if he's
and
a
preventing
serious
kids from
person,
growing up naturally is all about.
We need them to fix 1,000 other problems, which are much larger than the transgender issue.
No,
That's
because
what we need.
biological
issue is about the nature of reality itself.
Okay, but hold on.
Like,
This is the problem when we get into these debates, guys. Like, I got it. It's an issue. We asked about it. And now we've been, 10, 15, 20 minutes debating this thing that we literally had a debate yesterday, which was about a completely separate subject about racial justice in this country, or just, whatever you want to
You're not wrong.
The nature of reality matters.
Stop.
Okay.
Like, seriously, we're in the background about this, like, trans.
Okay, but let me ask you a question.
I want to talk about Mario. Let me talk about something
Hold
else.
on, what?
No, this is silly. Also, your point doesn't make sense.
So, okay, Suleiman, you're telling me right now, in the entire world, and in U.S. domestic politics, the number one main issue we should be debating right now, that we've already debated, we've had this debate, we continue to have this debate, is about trans? Or can we talk about another thing, about a presidential candidate who came and actually had a debate about?
What do you think the most important issue is?
Do you have children also?
Yeah, I have two.
What do you think the most important issue is?
Oh my God. Listen, guys, 1 second. Also, your point again just makes zero sense. So now is your contention that you can only ever talk about something if it's the number one issue?
No.
What do you think that
can
you let someone finish their point ever, bro? You just speak for ages.
You're right, so I never talk.
No, when you talk, then you don't let somebody else basically come back.
The fact is that we have a major presidential candidate, someone that wants us to take them seriously, who engaged in a discussion tonight without the facts about something that is an important issue to the American people. That's the fact. And when I tried to request to speak, when she was speaking, I was removed as a speaker from this space. And I had some questions. I wanted to know, Marianne Williamson, what is a woman? Define it.
That's just a silly question.
Could I
look?
speak?
No, it's not.
No, it is. So
The nature of reality is not a silly concept. It really matters what reality is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that what is a woman is based on truth, right? But the more important issue, I believe, for most people, and you see it based on the protests, and hence why, again, I don't agree.
What are you saying the most important issue is?
Are you gonna let me finish, Libby? Are you gonna let me finish, Libby? And I'll answer
Yeah, so long as you get to your point. What's the most important issue?
Well, there's many issues that are important, but what's more issue than what is a woman is transgender issues being taught in schools. I think that's more important for most people in schools.
But the fact that we don't have a good.
Yes, all right. So for you, what's more important? Transgender being taught in schools, or what is a woman?
Yeah, Sully, she answered that very clearly. She answered that very clearly and basically said she didn't really think it was appropriate and that parents should have that conversation with their kids if they want to.
I'm asking
She gave a clear answer on it.
Yeah, no, I know she did. I'm not asking Libby. Libby, for you.
Honestly, I thought we were here to speak about a presidential candidate, and it doesn't seem like anyone cares
and you're
about
right.
that.
What she said, Sam, what she said about this issue when she spoke about it and said that was encouraging. You're absolutely right. That was encouraging. I'm just concerned that she came to the table without a lot of information. It felt like she was throwing a lot of talking points about the wall, at the wall, and hoping that something would stick. And on issues that are as important as this, about the future of our kids, I felt like she needed to be more informed about the issue. That's the bottom line.
So, Lib, for you, then, what's more important? The question, what is a woman, or whether transgender is being taught in school and sex education being taught in schools?
Well, how can you possibly talk about
the same issue?
Suleiman, this is just your...
Suleiman, hold on. I seriously want to know. Because, again, like this just blows my mind. how much of this debate is going to be about trans? When are we going to move on to other issues? I really
Well,
want
the
to know.
problem is also, even in this question, we asked her at least about 6-7 questions about
We
that.
asked her, Sully, and she answered, and you
I
just
know
want
she
to
did.
push your agenda on every single space. It's boring. We know about the debate
Sam,
about
have you
teaching in
actually
school.
got
She answered it.
Have you even got an ability to understand
She
the
answered
words?
this
Are you
specific
thi-
question.
can't
It's
be
your
this
it's
thick,
your
Sam?
number one policy, and you
Sam,
want to push it
Sam,
on every space.
Sam,
Move
you are
on.
so Sam, you are by the way, I didn't mute, but I'm glad they did.
Oh, that was me. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. But Sam, you are really thick. You do not even understand the point. I believe it's an important issue, but I disagree with these lot that she didn't answer it well enough. I think we asked her about 6 or 7 questions, and I think she answered it. So again, you have the lack of ability to understand a person's point, and you
It's
shouldn't
just that you no, Suleiman. It's just
Sam,
that you
Sam,
always
are
go
so
back.
thick.
You asked her the same question four times about the school. She answered it.
When I literally I didn't even make the point that you're saying I made.
You asked her the same question about schools 4 or 5 times during the debate. She answered it very clearly.
No,
I think
she
we've all
didn't.
agreed
So the
on that.
first
Let's
time when I
move
asked
on.
her no, that's not true. First time I asked her, she didn't answer the question. She tried to make the argument. When I asked her about schools, she made the argument about adults.
Do you know, guys?
And
Can
then
I tell you something? Can I tell you something interesting, Sully? Do you know people care very little about you, Sam, or all sorts, or myself actually? So let's go back. Whether you asked or you didn't ask her, that's your agenda, not your agenda. Tira, what do you
No,
think?
it's not. It's important.
No, you
because people are
obsess.
trying to
So again,
make-
Sully. You really gotta. I was just sitting there waiting to jump in. But Tira, you're like the only mature voice right here. You, Greg, and full stop. Libby and Tiffany don't know me well enough, so I'm gonna put him as well. So you four, that's it.
Yeah, but Mario, this is your lack of understanding and insight.
Okay, just stop. Okay, bro. I said nothing except let's go to Tira. So you want to debate me about saying nothing? I have no comments to make because I can't be bothered. Go ahead, Tira.
Bro, let me finish my
There's
point.
no point,
Listen.
bro, to finish. Let's move on.
All right, bro, then don't whine later asking me to like sort things out because essentially people have not understood the point.
Okay, I won't whine about sorting things out. Go ahead, Tira.
No whining.
He's yeah, go ahead.
No whining, anyone. That's the rule. So I think as a presidential candidate, one of the things we should be asking
No, hold on.
ourselves.
Tira, please. Oh, something epic just happened. This is so epic. My mother is listening to this space. No, I'm not making this up. My mother, who doesn't even know what Twitter is, listening to the space, and she sends me this message. She's like, "LOL, debate about transgender. You need to change the title." That's my mother just sent me that message.
Your mother's more sensible than half of us
I'll
here.
forward you this now. That's so epic. I swear. I can't believe she knows how to use Twitter. But yeah, sorry.
Listen to your mother, Marianne.
Hello,
Go ahead,
Mario,
Tira.
mother,
Go ahead,
and
Tira.
welcome. Hello, Mario, mother, and welcome.
Sorry, Mom. Like this is
Mario
very.
is a good boy. He's been doing well. He's been eating his vegetables, and he's been trying to extend his life. You should be glad about that. Okay.
I got you.
At any rate, as a presidential candidate.
Wait, your mother is listening to us
Oh
right
my
now?
No, guys, don't
Stop,
play with this.
stop.
Don't play with this. Tira,
Okay.
go ahead. Don't mess
as
with
a
this.
presidential candidate, there are certain issues that the president can have an impact on. The issue of education is somewhat more limited than many issues because education costs are basically funded mainly by states and local governments, right? So 8% of education is funded by the federal government. Everything else comes from, in general, property taxes, things like that. So I think that the number of questions we should be asking her about transgender educational policy should be somewhat more limited because it is not, in fact, something the president can do that much
But
about.
Tira, it's
Wait,
changing
can
our
you,
whole country.
Tiffany, I'm speaking, okay? It's called Don't Interrupt. Now, people asked a lot of questions. She gave answers. Me personally, I thought that, she's interesting. She speaks well. I thought some of her answers were not as well thought out potentially as they could be, or at least the implications are not well thought out. The reparations thing, I do agree with Joe on the thing about studies. In one sense, it's like, I'm going to take Donish here and we're going to have studies. But then on other things, we're not going to have studies. We have too many studies. So I sort of feel like there were some parts of what she said that were not thought out. I didn't hear everything. So I don't know if we got to economic issues and the Fed. And, I think there are many issues that a presidential candidate should be asked about. And I don't think we should dwell on transgender issues only because I really don't feel that a president has that much potential power.
May I answer back to that? Can I respond?
No, hold on. I'll let you guys respond. But that's exactly my point. There was questions we could have asked about corporate taxes. That was a whole portion of this conversation we did. The reparation. We didn't even ask about universal income. That is a core tenet of her thing, of her policy is universal income, right? How do you pay for it? Universal health care. Another thing that she said in this space that I asked about was this Department of Peace. So what that essentially means is the expansion of powers of the federal government. You're going to create an entire other entity of the federal government. So you might agree or disagree with that, but that's what's like the frustration where I think if we it's this singular focus on one thing when we have this entire debate of, yes, you want to have a conversation about LGBT and trans, I got it, but guys, like food insecurity in America is a huge issue. Healthcare insecurity is a huge issue. Can we please expand a little bit?
Let's have Libby, guys. Let's have Libby and Sully respond back because obviously this debate continues. So Libby, I know I think you were trying to jump in. I don't know if you or Tiffany. So I'll let you respond to also some Tira.
I'd love to.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll go to Sully.
So I do think that there are a substantial number of issues facing the country that need answers. I think we need to know if Joe Biden accepted bribes in order from, Ukrainian energy company in order to influence U.S. policy. I think that's huge. We need to know what that's about. I think we need to know, what's going on there. I think we need to deal with the border situation. I think that's a really huge issue. We need to know what's going on with that. We need to know why the border is essentially porous. We need to know why China is spending so much money in our backyard and we're not paying any attention to that. Kamala Harris just went to Africa and, gave a little speech about how the African continent should move away from reliance on China. She flew into a Chinese-built airport. She drove on a Chinese-built road and she spoke at a Chinese-built conference center. So she has no idea what's going on either. We have a Democratic field that isn't even sure if they're going to get a shot because, the DNC is all wrapped up with Biden. We have a president who we're not allowed to discuss his mental capabilities or his faculties, even though he's so obviously losing his mind, right? So many of us have elderly parents. I do. My father is substantially sharper than Joe Biden, and I still would not put him in the White House at his advanced age. The issue with transgender and the issue with education is important, and I know that it gets talked about a lot. For the people who have been talking about it a lot for years, we have been screaming about this for years, and finally, it does seem like culture may turn a corner, and we may have a chance to take back some of this conversation and bring reality and scientific facts back into the conversation. So when you hear us screaming about it, we're just like, wait a second, we really have a shot to get this through.
So hold on.
In terms of the president, just 1 second, let me just respond to the president doesn't have a lot of authority over education. The president this year, or was it this year? But as soon as Joe Biden took office, he signed an executive order.
First day,
and he's done it a couple of times. Yeah, first day about gender. And then he's done a couple of more executive orders where he has instructed every agency of the federal government to use their authority to further policies embracing LGBTQ issues. And he's done that a couple of times. What the Department of
let me jump in.
Let me just
I'll let you wrap it
let
up.
me just
Wrap it
finish.
up.
I won't be too much longer. I really promise. I can be concise. The Department of Agriculture under Tom Vilsack went out and said, okay, we're doing what the president said. So if you are a school and you do not permit boys to use girls' bathrooms, we're going to withhold free lunch funding. The Department of Education went out and they said,
Libby,
okay,
I think
we're
the
gonna
point,
do,
Libby, you're the point. I just want to jump in
we're
because
going to do with that. I haven't made my
no,
point.
Libby, I'll make it, Libby, just because there's a lot of hands up. That's
you
so.
want to make my point for me? Is that what you're?
No,
you want to make my point?
No,
for
I'm
me?
trying to
I really
respectfully.
need a couple of more seconds.
Okay, go
I need
ahead.
just a couple
Okay,
of
go
more
ahead.
seconds. Title IX has now, instead of being there to further opportunities for women's sports and academia, now Title IX is for
Libby, I'm being played now. Libby, you're playing me now. You can't say a couple of
No, that's
We need,
actually
like,
true.
No, so
and
let-
it's also true
let-
with the
let-
Department of Health and Human
no.
Services, and they're the ones who are telling insurance companies they have to cover sex changes for kids. Thank
Okay,
you.
nice, Libby. Sully, I wanted to go to you before going to the panel. What triggered? I'm genuinely curious. What triggered you so much about this? It's like, the silliest things trigger you. Are we talking too much? By the way, in the comments, let me know. Do you think we talk too much about LGBTQ issues and transgender issues, or it's worth
It is
it's
Pride
worth the
Month,
time?
so it really does include.
Yeah. So, Sully, what do you? I want to know why that triggered you so much out of all people. That surprised me.
No, no, I'm not. I'm not triggered. The point is, I just like to finish my
Yeah,
point, which happened
please
already.
go ahead.
So,
No, go ahead.
yeah. So my point was quite simple because I think Doc made a point and said that look, she didn't get follow-up questions, and my point was actually quite simple. It was that she actually got a lot of follow-up questions about the transgender question significantly. She got like 5 or 6 follow-up questions. So even when she gave the first answer, which I believe wasn't up to standards, which was that she didn't talk about transgender in schools, and I asked her another question. Danish asked her another question. I think someone else did, and then I asked. And I felt like I asked the more important question, which was about transgender in schools, as opposed to what is a woman, because Libby felt like that was more important, and I disagreed with her because I think most people who are concerned about the transgender question are more concerned about the impact it's going to have on vulnerable people, and for us, the vulnerable is our children. So it was from that perspective that I thought she was given a lot of questions. She was given important questions. We might not be satisfied with the answers, but she was asked.
So I like Silly. Do you know how tempted I was? How tempted I was. That's why I asked you in the messages. I sent you a message. Hey, are you pissed? Because I was so tempted to ask you to finish your point and then just end the space on you, but I didn't. So it just shows that I'm not a complete asshole. But look, I do want to wrap it up.
You just do that to me.
Let's tell Mario's mother he's not a complete asshole.
Just one thing for the Dan. I'll give you the mic. I promise. We're gonna wrap up. I'll give you Greg and Troy the mic. Actually, how did Troy get on you? Good to see you, Troy. But I'll give you guys the mic to kind of wrap up. First, I just want the audience to let me know how you think the space went. Genuinely curious for feedback. Like, I enjoyed the discussion. It just felt like, again, just a bunch of us in a room. Like, whether we should have asked this question or that question, pressed on this, or pointed this out, disagreed on that. Okay, these are small details, but in general, your thoughts on how the discussion went. So I want to go through the comments. In the meantime,
I'd like to ask Dan the same question as well. Dan, I mean, I know you're a bit towards the left.
Oh, Dan. Okay, I was trying to figure out who Dan is. Yep, good.
Yeah. So, I mean, just from the perspective of like, what's your thoughts about the fact that this is a person who is a possible presidential candidate? She is third in the race in the Democratic nomination. She came on a Twitter space. It was unfiltered. We had people from various backgrounds, and she answered questions irrespective of what those questions were like. What's your thoughts on that, Dan?
No, it's a great question. I'd love to answer it. I do want to state, though, we have been hearing all these arguments and all of these opinions, and ideological beliefs are great, but the facts need to come in as well. How many people in this room can come in and answer this question right here without going to Google Scholar? How many children 17 and under received gender affirming care in 2021, the last
Hey,
year?
Dan, do you know how many girls are right now on GoFundMe?
Here we go.
Over 40,000 girls on
1,400.
GoFundMe to get top surgery.
I gave you your time without interrupting you at all, Miss Tiffany. May I please just have a few more seconds? 1,400 children have received care. My state alone in Arkansas, 25% of 50,000 children in Arkansas go to bed with a hungry stomach because of poverty. But we're not talking about that. We're focused on the 1,400 children who've been affected by gender affirming care. It is an important discussion, but we need to talk about the other important discussions as well. And I think it's great to have these spaces. You know, as a candidate that ran for the United States Senate here in Arkansas twice and will be running again, I understand her answers. It's really hard to answer to a group of 13,000 people to get your point across in a limited amount of time. And yes, some of her answers did conflict with each other. But again, I think she did the best answering that she could with questions that she wasn't vetted. Most of these candidates, when they come on these spaces and do interviews or go on the news and do interviews, they have every single question that they're going to be asked at least 48 hours ahead of time, so they can look at those questions and figure out what answer they're going to practice for it.
How do you know that, Dan?
Because I'm a candidate for the United States Senate. They do.
But Dan, how do you know that? I'd like evidence that all of these presidential candidates, when they go on the news, have questions that are being asked in advance of them. They know what they're going to be asked. I'd really like to know that.
I'll look through my email and I'll try to find you some, like, when
Okay. I'd really like to know.
I think Dan made such an important point there about these huge issues. Everybody's saying, look, we're trying to protect our children. That's why we're focused on the trans debate over and over again on spaces after spaces. And Dan just said, without anybody commenting, about how many children go to bed hungry in the US every day. And we're focusing all of our time and attention on what is a political smokescreen, as far as I'm concerned. It's a very contentious issue.
We're still talking about it for some reason.
It's a very contentious issue. Yeah, because I'm hoping that,
Sam,
we'll actually learn from it.
It's apparently triggering for both sides. I think what we should be talking about the fact is that she was completely contradictory on her commentary around Ukraine. She was supposedly anti-war, anti-military industrial complex, but it's okay for
Well,
now.
why didn't we push that? Why didn't we push that instead of asking her about transfer for half the space?
Thank you.
So guys, okay, also you're welcome. Either way, guys, I think it was a great discussion. I think it
Again,
was.
I don't agree. I don't agree about the Ukraine point as well. We did push her. I asked her at least 2 or 3 questions in terms of.
It's always you, Suleiman. What was Maria's then? Closing things off.
It was a good space. Mario,
you need to
before
go
you
up, bro.
close things up.
Yeah,
before-
yeah. Sorry,
Right.
hold on. Whoever muted, yeah, go ahead, Greg, and then we'll go to Troy. And then Sully, I'll let you
so
wrap
just
up.
real quick, concisely, I know a lot of people in this room may not know who I am. I do a show Monday through Friday. My show exists to try to bring 2 sides together. And when I do so, emotion always clogs up the lanes of having logical conversations. And I actually sent Mario a message during it saying, I think we need to get off the LGBTQ part, because the problems here in the United States right now, we have an issue with the economy that's not going away. People are struggling at a very large level. Inflation's a worldwide issue. We should have been talking about that. You know, Dan just brought up the poverty issue. I'm a high school teacher during the day when I'm not doing my show. And I have most of my kids are in poverty. So we're on government assistance. We don't talk often enough about how our local governments are the place where most of the things that affect our life is happening, our local school boards. So these questions, when you get to LGBTQ, they're being handled by local school boards right now. We have policies that just went into place just for our high school. I wanted an opportunity tonight to talk about the Ukraine, to talk about how do you pay for reparations when we're $33 trillion in debt. And I just would ask everybody to examine that we don't get stuck in the emotional conversation, so we can really have fruitful conversations that really matter to all Americans and not become, gender identity and identity politics in the future. I think this was a great space. You guys all are wonderful people, but I really would like us to see us push the envelope to a spot where we're really asking questions that matter of candidates. And just to go to Dan, I've interviewed a couple presidential candidates, and yes, I do get asked what questions I'm going to be asking, and I get questions about, well, will you go there? Please don't go here. So yes, people do vet the journalist beforehand to make sure we don't go certain places because they're off limits. Thank you so much, Mario. It's always been a pleasure, and everybody have a great night.
Sully, did you want to say something before we go to Troy?
Yeah. Again, I find it ironic that
You dropped out, Sully. Go ahead, Troy. I think Sully dropped out.
Oh, I thought you ended the space on him.
Oh,
No, it was a good
he
space.
literally dropped out
That
completely.
would have been right, Mario.
Hold on. Also, also, and Sully dropped out. No, I would have.
Is what you were going to consider. What would you call this? Would you call it a campaign event? Would you call it a town hall? Would you call it an open forum? Because I think, we're in June 2023. This was I think it went very well for everyone, for the space and for Marianne Williamson. I am a Biden voter. I don't think that's any secret here. And I still am. But the one question I would have liked to ask was along Greg's line is, it's not an open secret. It's a known fact that Biden's not going to be debating anybody. And that's been the practice with the DNC since the Ford administration. It's just not going to happen. We have an incumbent running, and I understand the arguments and all that, but I did want to ask, at what point do you make a formal protest, or do you go independent, or do you plan to support Biden, or would you see yourself supporting another candidate? That's what I was looking for. But yeah, I think the conversation afterward kind of got stuck on the culture war.
Yeah, that question I wanted to ask, like, if you drop out of the race, would you be supporting whoever candidate, or obviously Biden? Would you be supporting Biden? But I've seen every mainstream media ask that same question. She had like a memorized response for it. So I just wanted to move away from that. Just ask questions that generally don't get asked, and her feedback at the end, she really enjoyed it. So yeah, look, I want to kind of wrap up the space. I think we've butchered it enough. Sully, final words, and then we end the space. Go ahead, man. Sully, you can't mute. All right, guys, I wasn't going to end it, Sully. I told you I wasn't going to end it, but I appreciate you all being here. We'll see you again tomorrow. As you know, tomorrow we don't do the afternoon spaces of AI and crypto. So these don't happen on weekends, the afternoon spaces. The morning finance space also doesn't happen on weekends because Danish is too lazy. So on weekends, we'll only be doing the evening space because me and Suleiman are hustlers. See you all tomorrow night, and enjoy your weekend, everyone.
you.